We should be back. I was just making sure that my thing was working all right. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Enjoy this loop. My power went out. It's fucking annoying. I'm sorry. I have no idea why, but it came back, so... Alright, so I'm brushing my teeth. I think what I'm going to do is after this, I'm going to make some kind of texture. And something else that I kind of want to do too is, sorry for whoever was watching. Thank you for putting up with my teeth brushing, but I drink way too much coffee and I don't want super yellow teeth. I want better than that. I want super white teeth, but coffee habits. So, anyways, where you guys all at? Buckshot, come here. Buckshot. Buckshot. Good boy. Come in. You come in and chill. You come lay down. Quit sneaking. I don't want you to get in the trash. Hey, Nikolai, what's good, man? So I think what I'm going to do is maybe play with some melodic textures for just a sec. And see if I can find anything in there that I can use just to kind of create some interest of something of like giving a piece of a melody, but like kind of fragmenting it, or maybe some kind of like, because this is pretty desolate, and while I like that, I do want to instill some kind of other emotion as opposed to just that single instance or whatever. But what I am going to do as well is just kind of take my time into this. Sorry, so many things to do. So many things to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, so I think I really like that that's got some noise on it. What if I did a pitch delay on that? Okay, hold on. First things first. Let me shape this in some way or another. Okay, let's grab a delay. Oh, we need to do this after. Okay. That's fine. Let's go ahead and bounce this. I can turn that off. Throw that up there. Okay, that's really close. So maybe by that time we can kind of just have that kind of playing on everything. In that way. There's the extra little tidbit on that. It's going to drive me crazy if I don't get rid of that. Damn it. Huh? Oh, I see. That's why I did that. Okay, that makes more sense. So I'm not going to try to make that work, but... hey, what up, Milo? Stop. Damn, someone really came in and was like, you know what? I hate your clocks, dog. Fuck your clocks. That's fine. I don't know if yeah, I don't know. I'll keep that, but... Texture... also going to take away that clap right there, because I kind of like having that nice little bit of space. So maybe as opposed to having a hard clap or something, I can try... This track has the same vibes as Sinkhole. not that. Ugh. Okay, I do like this little thing right here, but we need to find something else to kind of lead that in for one. Sidechain. Yeah, maybe something like that could be nice. So now from that point, like, we're just going to use this as a placeholder because I'm still not quite sold on that, but I just know that I want to have some kind of thing, but and then I don't really care to go on into like a harder drop or something. I really just wanted this to be like a hard section for texture and all that. And then I think that I might want to change the kick too, or I might want to actually take a kick and like an acoustic kick and actually give a better layer for this. Because I like this, but it's not quite as hard as I was hoping it to be. So actually what I might even be able to do is just, because I really wanted that to rumble. I need an acoustic kick, bruh. Let's try that. Let's see what that sounds like. Okay, that sounds better. But I still kind of want like some... Maybe I can throw some reverb before the distortion on this? Like just a bit. Big diffusion, bigger pre-delay. The thing I always had when browsing through kicks as much as small filler was that I always tended to gravitate towards the same ones because they sounded the best. Well, for this in particular, like I'm just looking for like an actual layer, but I don't usually preset shop for kicks and snares. I always start my projects and make my own. I've got this recycling thing, and like this is kind of like my sound design paper trail, I guess, if that makes sense. And I always go and just like out of habit design my own kicks and snares. Actually, almost everything in this entire tune is completely original. Hey, Puny. There's a couple of samples that I might have drawn to, and like for this instance, I'm like using an acoustic kick and trying to do some kind of amalgamation with it or whatever. But yeah, like I always at least start with my own stuff. Yeah, that sounds a little better to me versus... Okay, let's try that. Let's see what that sounds like. Wait, what? Nah, bro. Nah. Oh, that's a clock. Whoa, no. There we go. Control C. Control V. Thank you. Make that the same size. Yeah, there we go. Okay, hold on. If you copy the whole thing, I'm not going to have to do this every single time. Bitwig doesn't have sample stacking. Like placing a bunch of samples like on the same thing. I don't think so, but I wouldn't want to do that. I want to control all of them individually. Yeah, I wouldn't want to, because I would usually want to control them all. Like, there's a bunch of layers on here for both kicks and snares in particular instances and all that. And like, I think part of the way that I got it to sound the way that it does is from being able to do that. So I need to kind of have individual control about all that stuff, as opposed to just doing a sample layer. Because if you have a sample layer, I'm assuming that like you could group a sample, but they would all play at the same time. And like, I guess like a workflow that you would have to do is EQ all the parts that you want and then like combine it together. But what if you want to change the timing of it? Yeah, I don't know. That last effect is so cool. Thanks. It's just a bunch of clock layers, I guess. Let me see. Yeah. So I have some kind of idea that I want to do with that, but I'm not quite sold on it yet. So we'll take a look. Sounds like an industrial door opening or something. So what I'm going to do here is not explain the whole damn thing. Anyway, love that. Yeah, for sure. Thanks. Big clap. What am I doing? Let's go ahead and grab an instance of faceplant. I'm going to make some bells. And to make this more interesting, I think that I'm going to grab a arpeggiator. And to make this more interesting, I'm going to grab a thing right here. Let's create a nice chord. Okay, that's okay. Hold on a sec. How'd I do that? How'd I do what? I just made a bell and put an arpeggiator on it. And then made a chord. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. The arpeggiator comes from Bitwig? Yes. Yes, yes it does. I just played with making an arpeggiator and faceplant with the LFO tool. I've done that a few times, but it's not really something that I want to get too deep into because I can see the end, if that makes sense. Like I know like there's only so far that you can take that well beyond what I care to do. It's tedious, but it works. It does work, but nah, fam. I'm cool. I'd rather just use like Bitwig's thing or something. It's so much easier to do. Wanted to do 303-ish stuff. Trying to make some acid arpeggiators. Boom, ba-doom, 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 boom, boom, boom. Look, faceplant isn't silent, okay? All right, dude? Nah, I'm kidding. Too loud. I ain't learning silent. Yeah, the silent arpeggiator's pretty rough. Why does that sound like it's in triplets? Doesn't it? No, maybe not. Maybe I'm tripping. Let's grab some slice EQs and let's model this bitch. Yeah, I'm just hearing things. Okay, let's grab note and just like ever so slightly. press that. Dude, I really need to like give like a big shout out to Data Broth for teaching me like a lot of aspects of physical modeling, because I am making a lot cooler, like more organic sounding things than I ever have before, and I owe that to him. Okay, so now this is going to sound totally different here in just a sec, by the way. But it's okay. It's okay. I rarely see him do music on stream. I think like he's, I don't want to say personal, but he's but I think that he enjoys doing sound design more. I mean, like I'm kind of the same way. Like I spend way more time doing sound design than music production, but I enjoy making music so much more than sound design. Sorry, I'm trying to just shape the timbre of this. It's not really going to matter in a second anyways, but man, like I said, if Data Broth hadn't like shown me a couple of these tips, like this sounds like it could be a real thing to me. Sounds awfully happy. It doesn't sound that happy to me, but it's not really going to matter here in a second anyways. Maybe we can do... It's Flopper Friday, bro. right, let me turn this off for a second. Okay. We making funk? Also, my Discord got disabled? How'd you disable your Discord? No, I am not making funk. Let's try this one. Hey, Yoko. Yo, thanks, Simon. Appreciate it. Okay, so yeah, I'm just making sure that I'm still staying on task for the kind of things that I want to create. Let's try a different one. Hey, Real. How's it going? I did say hi. I'm not ignoring you, I promise. When will be the next beat rating stream? Feedback stream? Thursdays. Thursdays, bruh. Yeah, there we go. That sounds cooler. Pootie pie? Kind of got back into making beats, but funk now. So me and my homie decided to make a funk beat together. You can toss it in Discord feedback. Oi, this is Dop. Does anybody English anymore? Actually, I imagine most of the people that come in here like aren't native English speakers, so it's fine. Have mercy. No. No, men. No. I am no English. You're no angel? It's okay, me neither. Ugh. There are no saints in this stream, only heathens. Only those who are born from darkness and twisted souls. Only those who can come and be destructive. Oh, okay. So we're bouncing some out. I just have this very heavy keyboard, so Neil need to press on it. It happens. It happens. Sometimes it happens. Let's see. So how's everybody doing? Future rhythm. Future rhythm. Make future rhythm. What the fuck is future rhythm? Somebody tell me what the hell is future rhythm? Nah, that's just color based, right? Color based. Color based. Who can what? Bruh. Yee. Hey, Evan. Oh, bonjour. I got into streaming, as mentioned earlier, beats after I got cheated on. What? Happy shit to a kick snare rhythm pattern? Okay, I read that, like, the syntax of that, of, like, what parts I read first to interpret was way off. So it's happy shit to a kick snare rhythm pattern. Gotcha. Not happy shit to a kick snare rhythm pattern. It's different. It's different. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, it's whatever. What? One, two, 3, 4. Okay, I kind of like this, but let's see what happens when we ROM it. That's also really fucking loud. Okay, maybe I can... Okay, I like that as a layer. Just as like a little thing. For this other stuff though, it's not quite what I was hoping for. So let me go back and What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, let me see what's going on here. I need to kind of label or figure out. There we go, that helps. Transition. So there's 4 bars. So I need to cover this much distance. There we go. That'll help me figure out how far I need to at least go. At least to cover the 4 bars. And now I'll kind of just maybe make some textural things to kind of lead out of that. And then I kind of want to just like find... I might go into something musical. I might not. But I'll have to do some research on this to kind of figure out like how I can structure this tune. But I don't want to go into something heavier and then something heavier on this. I kind of just want to let this be the main part, or like have some kind of like off-branded thing, and then what's it called? And then have this piece or whatever, and then just go into something completely different and have that be the story. But let me see. This starts at 6:01. Okay, so like 46 seconds. So everything else can kind of just be like, what the fuck ever. But... if I have a bit I like, I kind of want to pester the whole track with it. So like one thing, like I think a lot of stuff with the 2 major skills that comes to music production, probably 3 major skills. The first, well, I talked about this on a live lecture, but kind of going into that, if you like, you already know production, you know sound design and like XYZ. Like let's say like you're kind of like a intermediate producer, right? Or maybe you're like getting out of the novice stage. What's it called? Awareness is huge. Intuition is huge. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's a skill, but I do think that like if you have a bit of it, it can be improved on. But that also kind of bleeds over with like musical taste, right? But then it's also like a matter of like perspective, because like for now, like even though this isn't perfect to me, like I'm trying to, like I've made a piece and like I've drawn the branch of a tree and I've filled out a few leaves. But now I'm trying to take a step back and think about like how I want the rest of the branches to look, if that makes sense. Sorry to say this, but I think I might go to sleep because my PC is dying after playing Warzone, plus it's almost 1 a.m. Okay, you don't have to apologize. I downloaded Warzone and everything got slower. I mean, alright, you do you, boo. But like this isn't perfect to me, but now I'm trying to think about like these parts before and after and start to think about like how, or like what means of the story I kind of want to kind of connect with that. And yeah, I'm kind of thinking that like I want to play with some melodic stuff, but like reverse reverb it into something different and just be like hella abstract with it. I guess for me, it's also some degree of like if I make bass music, I kind of lose the story and forget most of the stuff I like to make and just rely on heavy, heavy. Yeah, like no, dude, like trust me, like I run into that problem too. Is the clockwork mechanical sound at the end of the drop finalized? No, I've got a little thing right here that says placeholder transition. So this is just like me wanting to have something textural, right? And then go into something different. Have a good weekend. You too, man. Take care. Um, so I'm just trying to like play with concepts of that and not really worry about all that. So I've got like 46 seconds of like a solid idea, and I yeah, I don't know, but I really fucking like just this piece. It's if nothing else. So at this point, it'll just be kind of like experimentation of like what I want to do from a before and after, if that makes sense. So that's kind of what I think I'll mess around with. But what I am gonna also do is maybe just like bring this back. I think. And maybe try to pull this to the other side. Because I really like when it stays on that kind of low rumbly end, and I think that might be some useful stuff to kind of transition into that other thing. Because I want it to be like almost like, I don't want to say erupting, but something that is still kind of subtle and under, like oppressed, if that makes sense. Something that's just really fucking uneasy, I think is kind of what I'm going for. But is this slower? Yeah, that's slower. Okay, so. Okay, yeah, like that stuff is way cooler to me. So maybe just use the death bell thing. That's one of the coolest patches I've made. Like as far as like just being sounding cool on anything, that one in particular I really enjoy. Give me just a second. Beginner horror movie directors would go gush over glitches like this. Yeah, I think so. Well, I don't think that they would gush over it, but that's kind of the context of which that fits really well in, right? Sorry, I need to cut my nails, but I'm trying to just think about like some off-ish rhythms or like maybe something in that retrospect that can go into some kind of interesting melody, I guess. Okay, I kind of like that. Okay, so I'm gonna switch the I'm gonna switch this over really quick to record, so you guys aren't gonna hear anything else from this other than the mic. And I'm sorry, but there's no way to change this. It's just what I have to deal with. So give me a hot sec. Let me turn this down. Oh, come on, back. Work with me. There we go. Super quiet. All right, dogs, I need you to shut up for a sec, okay? Thanks. Thanks. Hey, shh. He looked at me and he was like, what? What did I do? Buckshot, stop, dude. He doesn't need a licky bath. It's gross. Fuck. So that's a couple of ideas to play with. I like that nice easy chord progression. But something sounds kind of. Hold on 1 second. And we're not going to spend the whole time doing this, but I'm trying to just find a mode. And I do need to cut my nails, but whatever. I should also take that out of my pocket. I might have a reference for unsettling acoustic guitar or what you're playing. Should I throw some links in your DMs so you can hear them after the stream? Yes, please. Thank you. Man, that's one of the hardest techniques in guitar. It's called alzapua. It's rough. It's really hard for me to play accurate with nails. Not that I'm accurate in general, but let's see if I can just work with this stuff for a sec. And then it was like, God, he's playing guitar. Dude, that's... I came for the bass. I think if somebody were to ever ask me for a bass tutorial, I'd be really upset. I don't hear anything. That's because I have that soloed. All right, let me switch the audio back over. Thank you for being patient with me. This might wreck the audio. Let me know. Man, my timing is so bad. Good Lord. I still need to like, I need to, sorry. Maybe I should have used a condenser mic for this instead. I've been playing guitar for like coming on 2 years. No, I've been playing guitar for a little over 2 years now. So, but I mean, I'm still, yeah, I am still a beginner. I wouldn't say that I'm very like, very good. That's actually kind of cool. What is this for? Huh. All right. I mean, really, like with chord shapes and stuff, like I'll have to do it on camera, but like chords are just like finger patterns and they work across the entire scale. So it's like once you like get that, it's actually like a lot easier than it might seem. I really like that. I don't think that fits for the track, but it is kind of cool. Oh man. Man, that sounds so nice. Not what I'm playing, but the portal on that. Fuck, I don't know what I just played, but that was really cool. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I think I got something musical. I just need to find a way to maybe contextualize that. But yeah, that guitar or this thing is kind of neat. So like I really like that ow. That really reminds me of like a Japanese flute or something. So maybe what I'll do is move this over like twice and see if I can find something in here that would make sense for this. But the problem with this in particular is that like it's still kind of how do you say? Well, for one, the recording isn't that great, but I kind of like wanted to have like a really dry but clean instrument. The progression gives me Final Fantasy vibes at times. Hello. Yo. Nothing much. Streaming. What's up? Yeah, after the internet popped back on. Yeah. Who knows, man? I know. Yeah, I know, right? Otherwise, we'd have to figure something else out and call JB and all that other stuff. I know. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just chilling. Just working on this tune and hanging with chat. Okay, I went to the store and got some curry paste, so I'm thinking about making some chicken and rice tonight or something. Oh, right. I forgot that we still had fresh chicken. Yeah. Are you coming home tonight? Oh, really? Um, right. Fuck. Sorry to hear. If you can, any chance you could stop by Ely's and get some frozen peas and carrots on the way home? Cause I went to the store and they didn't have any. All right, cool. Well, yeah, I'll be here. So, okay. All right, I'll see you. Bye. Okay, so maybe what I can do is it's really hard for me to connect like musical ideas to things that are abstract in that way, but maybe what I can do is actually just take this and then take the tail of this. So and just kind of use that as like a tonal thing. Yeah, I don't know yet. I do like this, but it's not quite. It doesn't quite fit the vibe that I'm going for. What is the vibe you're going for? I don't. I don't know how to explain it. Like I know what it is, but I don't know how to explain it. What I might do is just bounce that out though. You could try to pitch up the guitar part. Well, it's not really like the tone that I'm having trouble with. It's more of like I kind of wanted there to be. I don't know how to explain it. I'm sorry. I don't know how to explain it. I wonder what this sounds like pitched down. Hey, I was watching this live, and about an hour ago, you mentioned a granular sample or something that on the cellar passageway sample that made it sound so gnarly. Didn't catch the name of it. What was it? A pitch shifter. It's a Bitwig native device. There's also one from Kilohearts. Or at least I think. Where is that cellar sample? It's kind of soothing. Where is it though? Could have been Portal 2. No, he said like an hour ago. I don't think that I've been working with Portal for an hour. Did I place it in the thick snare? Spirits. No, it's got to be in the glitch section then. The clip color was purple. Purple. Oh, I feel dumb. Wait, that's faceplant. I don't think that's the sample you were talking about. I think it's... I think it turned gray, but hold on. Let me listen to it and I'll find out where it is. Here it is. It's gray. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a... Oh, Kilohearts Ensemble? That? Or did I Yeah, I also resampled it. Right. Okay. Yeah, so pitch shifter and ROM. Something. The thing. Okay. It's a... I don't know. Between all those, whichever one you... Okay, and I think what I might want to do on this one as well... Oi. Wait. Is I kind of hear this like this silence there. Okay. Just so you know, the sound coming from your speakers is coming from your speakers, or it's just really muffled. Oh, did we get, does it sound like super distortion? That may have fixed it. Am I even getting audio out of it? Oh, you're right. Yeah, we're not even getting audio out of that. Okay, fuck. Nobody told me. Let's see if that works. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe I can kind of submit that in for just like a quick hot second and then cut the audio after that or something, but yeah, let me sit on this for a bit. I do really like what I have so far on that, minus a couple things. But why is that reverberated so hard? Oh, it might be this actually. Yeah. Hey man, I love the chat and song stream, but sleep is killing me. Yeah, go to bed, dude. Thanks for hanging. Okay, there's some kind of clicky sound that's going on there. I need to take care of. Yeah, night, dude. Take care. Okay, and then for this, stowaway. Just got my sound card today. That's cool. Like, this might actually be kind of cool if it just kind of did that in that way. And let me listen to this really quick. And then what if I move this whole, wait, what is this? Oh, okay. Maybe I can move that here. And then I can grab this whole thing and move that like that. And then make space for that within that transition there, because that could actually be kind of cool. And then I might not even need that clap now. Okay, well, at least from there, like, I wanted to have something kind of bleed over, but I think that just having that little sound, whatever, works within that placement as well. But from there, I think that coming up with something after that could be kind of nice. Yeah, I don't know. Any questions about anything? Just got back from the post office. Your sound card was at the post office? So yeah, I'm trying to think like what are some ways that this can go into. I think what I'm going to do is listen to a couple reference tunes. Solar Grace from Audica is one. Do you finish this and just tweaking, or does it need to be arranged? Well, yeah, the arrangement, like, for now, we only have a main section for this tune. And I think that this section in particular is really polished. But at the same time, I'm trying to think about what I want to do for the before and after this, if that makes sense. And I think once I like decide where I want to take the track, then it will be a lot easier to write. But I'm trying to think about, or I'm trying to consider like whether or not I want to do something musical or whether or not I just want to focus on texture. And then I might just play around with what's it called? I might just play around with a bunch of granular stuff until I find something that I like. But this section right here is pretty, I'm pretty happy with in particular. And to me, like, that's the most important part. And everything else, like, I just want it to be weird. I want it to be like, I want it to be very unsettling and very strange and very weird in that way. But what I like about this tune in particular, or what I like about this part, is for one, the use of space, Um, and two, like having like really big, yeah, well, I guess I'm going to say the same thing and be redundant, but having the idea of like going from really small spaces to really open spaces, and like letting the granular synths and stuff that come in with the growling, or the roaring rather, kind of come in and just let that breathe. Because that's my favorite thing with making like neuro basses and stuff, isn't like the crazy filtering, but more of like the monstrous sounds that sound like they're big enough to eat us, and making it seem like we're in the den of something like that, right? Um, but yeah, I don't know. I might send this to a few people too and be like, hey, like I want to do something with this, but I'm wondering if you have any like abstract ideas about where to take that, or something in particular. Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm gonna chill for now and maybe hang out. If anybody has any questions on anything, then I'm happy to answer that. But I might continue to mess around with this bell idea too. If I was going to make the whole track around this piece, then that would make more sense. Let me turn this down. Because that stuff sounds kind of cool. However, I think like, wait, did I want to do that? I don't. Okay, yeah, that's fine. However, excuse me, it's not weird enough, and it sounds more of like computer technology as opposed to like breaking psychedelic trippy shit. So let me turn this off for a second and listen to this. Sorry. And then for this stuff too, I don't need these claps. Yeah, so like it sounds realistic, but it doesn't quite have the nice timbre that I'm looking for. Wow, one. What if I had a little bit of reverb after that? Okay, so now let's maybe try a different multipass and see if we can get something else that's interesting on here. This is mostly neural processing. This one's not. Oh, that's nothing. Okay. That's just affidaf noise. Let's maybe not then try something different with this. This is actually kind of cool. Dude, it's so good. Like, I think so. I don't know if you watched that tutorial that I made recently about like the comprehensive guide to bass part 3 or whatever, but pretty much all the processing that I've started doing for like bass design and stuff, or like all that, is in here. And the reason why is because like it is a little tedious, but if you take a look, like you can throw this on anything and it doesn't have to be the patch. So if you just label it to the patch, then that can be kind of cumbersome. But if I make a completely different patch and then I just want to try this thing, like it's pretty much like 2 patches in one. So it ends up being pretty cool in that way. I'm going to play a little bit and see if I can get something interesting with that. I was like, this isn't doing anything. Okay, let Let me start back from this because that might get super loud. Okay, I could just make my own thing, but I'm feeling kind of lazy at the moment. I'm just seeing what different things I can come up with in general. So much room for experimentation. Yeah, and I'm kind of like just trying to take like a small musical idea and see like different ways that I can potentially break that, if that makes sense. You know what? I might want to pull this on the other side. It is kind of cool, but it doesn't give me enough differentiation. Let's try guitars and keys. I do still like that music box, but Oh man, you guys hear that? Those artifacts that we're getting on like the left and right speakers? That's so weird that you can't control the macros with those. Okay, that sounds fucking awesome. Let's see what we get out of that. Gonna play my guitar while I wait. Man, that sounds so cool. Alright, we're just going to use this part because it looks like it's going to work as an intro. Yes. Maybe not that part though. Actually, what we can probably do is just splice. But that kind of weirdo shit where like you're just like, what the fuck just happened? Yeah. That's so freaking cool. Okay, and then we need some kind of reverse sample or something to maybe just lead into that next part as like a weird thing. Because like from that point, I think that's supposed to be right here. But from that point, you can go into anything. And that's a good thing. Because that means that it can kind of just... Yeah. Dope. Okay, so like even as that could be something as an outro, like I would want this to lead into something else, but at the same time, like I really like the fact that it goes into that abstractness, because it goes from like really heavy to like what the fuck. And I need to work on that transition to where like it sounds like that kind of cuts off. And yeah, I think that I'm going to send this to somebody, and I think that they're going to be able to help me out of like where to take it for like weird. How do I take this to weird? No, I'm joking. But we can kind of plant that right there, and then that will kind of lead into... Oh, that went on the drums? That wasn't supposed to go on the drums. That's supposed to go on the glitch. Actually, you know what? That's interesting. From putting that kick on there, or putting this on where the kick is supposed to be, like it sidechains everything else, which is kind of cool. Yeah. So whatever, we'll leave it. Whatever, bro. It's cool.
Soul Steel!
Yo, Hive, thank you so much for the membership, dude. I really appreciate it. Welcome back.
Soul Steel!
Yo, Lux, thank you so much for the sponsorship. I think everybody's things are like re-going on, but still, hype. Thank you guys for resubbing. I appreciate it. If you're here, if you're not here, then and you watch this VOD, just know that you are thanked. Okay, so the cool thing too is like there's enough interpretation on this to kind of add in like tonal effects over some of those suction parts. But yeah, I don't know. I do think that this is a good stopping point though, just for this project anyways. Does anybody have any questions on anything? Actually, yeah, if you have questions, let me know. I'm gonna use the restroom really quick. But I need to go pay. Drop some diamonds, maybe small bolts to save money. Record it and add some reverb shimmer. I'm pretty sure that we've already got like coins and stuff in my sample pack folder. But what about it? I'm gonna let you guys out in a second. Buckshot, you wanna say hi to chat? Sit, boy. Buckshot, sit. Good boy. Hey, 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 focus, focus. Buckshot. Sit. Sit. Buckshot, sit, boy. Good boy. Stay. Speak. 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 Speak, boy. Buckshot. Speak. Good boy. Here we go. Don't stop. You always stop at this point because it's semi-satisfying. Make a song. I don't always stop at this point. It's a lot of times when I stop. Well, there's a lot of reasons why I stop. But I'm not sure. Like a lot of times, if I stop making a tune, like I don't want to do anything more with it, or the idea is kind of whatever. But this idea I actually like, and so I kind of want to sit on it for a minute and be like, all right, well, where do I want to take this? Yo, what up, Frederick? But yeah, if you guys have any questions, let me know. I'm gonna use the restroom really quick, and I'll be right back. It could have a little more clangs, rattling. It's definitely coming along. I'd have to listen to it on a different apparatus, but to me it sounds pretty good on my speakers. My speakers might be lying to me though. All right, I'll be right back. Listen to the tune. It pumps. Thank you. Back. Hurting. Man. Fuck. I need to go back to the chiropractor. Hopefully he'll get me a little bit looser than how I feel. But yeah, I mean, the other thing too is like I've only got so much creative energy in which to put into like actually making music. 1, 2, 3. 3 dogs, so I can shut my door. 3 doggos, and I can shut my door. Just dropped and this slaps. Thanks. There's a couple of like, there's a few stereo things that I want to do to the claps and all that, but I'm not like trying to get hung up on it. But even like I want like a dry aspect of it, but I also want like a really wide thing for a second too. But I really like how fucking heavy that snare is. I think you need to get this song down and move forward. It's very similar to all the other songs you start. You might have beat block. Wow, that was such a That was such a heavy diagnosis. Of course it's similar to the songs I make because it's my music. I mean, considering all the other different projects that I've made, like there's like I make a bunch of stuff, but this is like the thing that or the aesthetic that I like to do that represents me, yeah. Um, but in that sense, ow, fuck. This is actually very different than most of the stuff that I make. It's actually way different. In the sense of timing and space, of tonal quality, and also in the sense of direction of how I want to structure the tune. But because like normally what I would do is I would just go into another main section, but I don't want to do that. I know it's your style, but it needs a variation. No offense. Well, you can't really tell me what it needs because it's not done yet, you know? Like, and you don't know what I have. You don't know what I have planned for it. But you also have to consider too, like you have a very like musical bias towards things, and I don't. Like that's not like I have to listen to it and develop that for myself, and hear it for myself what it's missing and what it needs. Um, but but part of that, like it's not really one of those things where you just say okay, sit down and finish it, because there's some other textures and qualities that I'm looking for. I just can't quite put my finger on it. And so a lot of times if I start something that I actually like, I'm more inclined to actually like finish and put the thing out. But as of now, like I don't have any more choices to make on this that I want to do it, because I don't feel like anything needs to change within this section in particular. And I'm also not trying to do something that everybody else does. And it might suck. It might, you know what I mean? It might not sound good to people, but that's not really what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about what makes sense to me. So, Alec is the person that beats your block. No, I get beat blocked too, but this isn't a beat block thing. This is more of like, okay, you got to a good point that you're somewhat happy with. Now think about where you want to go next. And as opposed to just going into something and then hating it and then giving up on the track, like that's just not how I work. Um, but in the midst of that, like I've started a bunch of other tunes that I never plan on finishing that are just indifferent. It's a good song, but you've made it before. I really don't think so. I think um, I think with the sense of space and all that stuff, like there is all that. It kind of goes into like one of those things that people say of like, hey, you make really cool sounds, but you can't use it in a song. Like this feels like a very similar situation with what you and I are discussing right now. The other thing too is like this is also just a main section, so this is 45 seconds of like this isn't a song yet. It's just a part. How about you go into something more upbeat? So what I want to do for this is actually like very minimal, and have like a very minimal contrasting idea from that. So as opposed to having like main section one, then break, and then section two, play a few tracks at the same time and look at the arrangement, crossfade them, and you'll see what I mean. Well, the BPM is the same, but the mixing quality of this, um, the narrative that I'm going for is not the same to me. But that's kind of an unfair thing to say too. Play a few tracks at the same time. Like, of course they're gonna mix. They're the same BPM. Like, that's not really like that doesn't prove something to me. But in any case, yeah. So like, I wanted to have something that's very like minimal and abstract, and not something that's even related to this, but something that's more of like almost lo-fi quality. And I kind of been thinking of different melodies and stuff to play along with that. And then I wanted to go into this section and then just kind of fade out into obscureness as opposed to go into a second main section. So like this isn't going to have a second thing, and that's why the textural aspect of this is here. What is that? What was that song that this was based off of? This will help you make a little bit more sense. There's a song that I've been listening to from Kage. No, not that tune. Let me see if I can find it. It's a tune that he did with Little Snake. I think he did with Little Snake. Let me see here. What's the video game stuff? Fallen. I don't know if I'm. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can find it on YouTube. Kage, Little Snake. Is this real? I don't think it's that tune. HXD. I don't see it. But it has this really cool aesthetic to where it sounds like a record player, and it actually has like this melody that is very eerie in sense. And so like having a bit of eeriness on that in one way or another, and then going into something like that, will be a nice contrast. And that's kind of what I think that I'm looking for. But even still, right? Like, I mean, for the stuff that I'm trying to do, like that's kind of an unfair thing to say if like you're making the same tune over and over again. Like that's, I mean, how different? What do you want me to make a house tune and then make, you know, a drum and bass tune or something? Like that's not. I don't know. But yeah, does anybody have any questions on this? I think I'm actually gonna export this too and then listen to it over time over the next couple of days. Wait, that's settings. Export audio. I spent a few years trying to recreate an Aphex Twin song. It was horrible. I would beatbox the drums with my mouth constantly, and now I make a new style every song. I mean, that makes sense. And this, actually, I did the same thing for this tune. It's a little bit different than what I beatboxed, but it's always going to be a little bit different. Right? So, I mean, it's something kind of like that with that idea, but yeah, there's a refinement aspect to this that I'm trying to do. Like for one, like the biggest project of all this stuff is figuring out like there's a two-part thing to this. So, I make music and I sell preset packs, right? And the number one thing that I get from people talking to me about these preset packs, and not a lot of people say it, but some people do. But the number one thing that I get is like with these sounds that I make, they're like, you can't use it in a song. They say, you know, like all the textural things that I make and all that, like it's not applicable to music. And like, of course, I'm inclined to disagree. But part of that, or part of my journey has been being like, okay, well, now I can make some cool sounding things. How do I use that in context, and how do I incorporate that in such a way that makes sense to my musical like aesthetic? Tie that into listening to music to people that I admire, and so like there's kind of like this crossway or something, or where this path crosses over of not necessarily trying to sound like somebody else, but trying to take inspiration from them and see how I can make it my own, right? And I feel like that's what everybody tries to do. So, you know, I mean, because yeah, I guess normally you wouldn't think that like sounds like this would be usable. Or even taking off like the reverb stuff from that. Wait. It's going to take a second, but anything is usable with enough processing. So again, it sounds like it's coming into that same idea though, right? Of like you need a sound or something that's tonal. Well, that pretty much tells me, or like that sound to me sounds like you need to have something that is musically recognizable, and that's just not really what I'm into at the moment. Like pure flute, pure flute, twisted flute. Yeah, and instead of thinking of like a single sound, like I'm actually thinking bigger than that, of thinking how can I use the sounds that I have to create a physical space as opposed to how do I play a song that people can dance to? Cuz like that's the last thing that I care about, to be honest. I I have never, you know what? I have never tried to make a song with somebody dancing to it. Like with the idea of somebody wanting somebody to dance to it. I don't think I've ever done that. Maybe a head bop for like lo-fi or something, but as far as like playing something out like on a DJ set, like that's never been my idea, or that's never been like my, like a goal of mine. It's been more so of like how do I create a story, and how do I create like a physical place that makes it seem like you're actually in something. And like what you're saying makes sense. It's not like your advice is bad advice, but at the same time I do feel like there's a cognitive dissonance, cognitive cognitive wow, cognitive dissonance, wow, of like it's a sound experience is what I'm creating, and it incorporates music in it, but m- music doesn't have to be danceable in the first place either. And I think that like, yeah, I'm more concerned about telling stories than what on earth is a twisted flute. I know what he's talking about, but I'm more concerned about like telling stories and having elements of things that have some kind of all that. Damn, too bad because I don't remember a time I listened to IED without dancing a little bit. Thanks, dude. I like for me like I that's actually really interesting that you say that though, because like I can't really imagine how I would dance to that tune. Then again, I'm not a dancer. I'm somebody that does flips, so there's that inclination. But to me, like I like more of the contrast aspect of it, of the push and pull, of like literally feeling like somebody is grabbing you and throwing you across the room, and then throwing you across the other room, and then all that stuff. Breeding sound and emotion, or breeding emotion and feelings from the sound. Yeah, or like evoking, just like a evoking a space that could be like somewhat realistic, or that's like that you can imagine for one, and then also trying to pull those small elements of emotion out of it. But yeah, I mean, I don't really need to explain myself about why I make the music that I do, but if you're wondering, then I suppose that I can do that. But I mean, there's still like this whole refinement process that I'm trying to do that I haven't been able to bridge the gap in between. And so maybe I need to make the same song over and over again if that's really what it sounds like. But I don't feel like I've done that. I don't feel like my music sounds, I don't really feel like even like my last the last 7 tunes that I've made, they sound similar, but I think that they're super different. Alk wants you to have an existential crisis during his sets, bruh. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I think it's a good conversation though. We hear these sounds often in movies, so without the visuals, it's sort of lacking experience wise. But isn't that like just your opinion though? And like you're totally free to voice that opinion, you know? Um, but I think that it's also okay to disagree. Netflix, but the couch is facing the wrong way. Okay, but all right, so how do I say this? You're absolutely right. No, he's absolutely right. But that in itself is an experience because that creates a desire or that creates tension in that way because you are having this internal conflict that you want to see what's going on, but you can't. And so you have to rely on your ears. That is a tool to me. I'm really curious to think about like when people listen to my music. I'm curious or listen to my sound experiences because that's totally fine too. But I'm really curious to hear what people think when they listen to my more recent stuff. There's a very there's an academic reason why I make this kind of stuff, but there's also like a very emotional or like a very like how do I say like distressed connection to why I want to do this kind of texture, why I'm so concerned with making these big sounds and making that into something in general. Five head. But you know what I mean though. Like any artist can defend like their reasoning behind their stuff. So like I totally have to be like somewhat accountable, I guess, and be like, I like what I like, and I'm gonna do what I like, even if it sucks, which is totally fine. Like I'm okay with accepting that like some people are going to fucking hate this or they're going to think that it's the same or they're you know what I mean? There's going to be something wrong with it. But if I'm aiming for perfection or if I'm aiming to please somebody else, then I'm not being me. So I think that it's also like really important to kind of like define or to learn about like yourself and like to be okay with your own process within your own musical journey, right? Or your own journey through manipulating sound, shaping and manipulating sound, we'll say. To be honest with you, I wish Optic, are you still here? Like he's a great example. I've had to talk with him and his buddy Jack Lyon several times in a joking way, but also a serious way. Hey, Dark Meta, about like not being able to make halftime music. And to be honest, like anytime I try to make something that is just more tonal and stuff, like I feel like it's fucking boring. For me personally, I feel like it's boring as shit. Um, or I feel like it doesn't have enough energy or it doesn't have enough movement. And maybe that's just like the sporadic mind of myself. I'm not gonna say I have ADD or anything because that's a really unfair thing to say, but um, but it doesn't have enough dynamic pressure. I just want to see a vid where you get to the mastering stage. Well, if that's really what you wanted, like, well, actually, I've done plenty of streams where I've mastered stuff. Not only that, but I've got a playlist of a tune that doesn't sound anything like this where I've mastered it. And it was a few years ago, but actually, no, I've got several things. Hold on, let me see my channel. Here, allow me to direct you. Okay, playlists. Let me see. Okay, this is a start to finish tune. I think this was on Twitch. Oh, look, there I am. Old me. But this was a start to finish tune of something that's kind of more recent. I think that was sometime from last year.
EDM banger
oh my god. How to make rocket powered sounds. Shut the heck up. And then there's also My Beloved. Which part 4 arrangement theory, where I talk about like the mixing and stuff of this. Introducing those neuro sounds. Yeah, so there's like a full thing on this of how to go, and that tune that I cover was this tune. which is very musical in contrast. But the problem with this was that um, it wasn't heavy enough. Anyway, yeah, there's a full 4-part series on how to make that, which a lot of people ask me like start to finish or like talk about your tracks you made, but I'm like, hey, there's stuff up on that. So like pretty much like almost everything that I can think of that I know how to do content wise is up in my videos. But when it comes to mastering and stuff in general, like you probably would be pretty disappointed because the only thing that I do is I do clipping on the buses. I make sure that the low end is in mono. I do a little bit of stereo enhancement to widen out the top side, and then I just limit it. That's really the only thing that I do for mastering. But for me, like, I try to make this stuff sound as good as possible before I even get to that stage, because the more that you have to do on the master, the more that it alludes to like something being wrong with your mix. And ideally, in a perfect world, like I would really just like to master with a limiter, but I'm not there yet. I don't know if I ever will be, but I really like am a big proponent of like less is more on your mastering chain. I think like people that go like hella crazy with like ozone and stuff is kind of missing the point. And I think that's kind of actually like a trap. But well, I think the way that most producers that are kind of new to producing or like that have a few years of experience, it's a trap. But for most people that are like actually mastering engineers and stuff like that, it's a completely different thing because they're trying to chase after like, yeah, it serves a different purpose. But yeah, if I can get away with just a limiter on the master, then I'm pretty good. But that's kind of surprising though. Whoa, is this released? Yeah, I released that in 2018. That was my first EP. It was a very different EP and a very like musical approach to the stuff that I do, but like I said, I'm kind of in a different place with music right now, in a different world. And I have Neutron Advanced now. That's overkill to me. Ozone is even more powerful, I think. And I'm not saying that like you can't get good stuff out of it, but that is my philosophy towards mastering. I think that if you can get away with like as little as possible and just turn it up, then you're pretty golden. But for me, like I'm chasing an aesthetic, and of course like this is a matter of practice but also like expression as well. How do I express these sounds that I've made in a means that makes sense to the stories that I have to tell in my head? But yeah, I do remember a comment that you said a long time ago too of like it sounds like my tunes are kind of sluggish, or like they kind of are like being stuck in the mud. And in some cases I agree with that, but that's part of like this feeling that I have towards this music that I make, and that's kind of like the nature about how I make tunes in general. A little compression can give a lot of life though. Yeah, for sure. I don't disagree with that at all. But it depends. It depends on the tune. And it depends on whether or not like you're trying to remove dynamics or you're trying to add dynamics. Like for me, I would rather reach for clipping than compression. But that's also like a pre-game thing, and that's also kind of like regarding this kind of music, because I want to use clipping to distort it and remove the dynamics to make it as loud as possible, but that's the goal of the master. It's just the way the sounds slide from one to the next. Yeah, to me, like that's a breathing thing, or like that's a breathing aesthetic that I use a lot, of how something sounds really big, and then there's a moment of like quiet, and then it leads into the next sucking sound or whatever. Um, but to me, that's a really dramatic like push and pull thing. Like even with the drums, like that's something that I find is very moving and very like like a powerful tool. But that's why I like that. Yeah, I love that shit. I love the way that like it goes from like being small and open spaces in that sense, because to me that's what makes these tracks alive. Like I think that if this reverb channel were not on here, I don't think that it would be nearly as cool. I think it would sound pretty flat, actually. Okay, maybe not, but even still, like there are those leading sounds that kind of come into each other. But if there weren't those gaps or those, if there weren't those spaces, or if there was too much of a space in between, then I do think that it would just be kind of flat. Damn it. Maybe a smaller one. Yeah, so I like that everything leads into each other, because how do you personally use reverbs on basses? That's a good question. In a couple of instances. So like I don't have like an actual, I have one bass thing on here that's actually like bass. That's like the only thing, I think. Yeah. And that's just during this particular section, because this didn't have enough punch for me, and is actually kind of annoying on its own without the sidechain. But what I do is I actually reverb the entire signal and then force it into mono. But kind of like what we've been talking about, like in regards to polysentiment and stuff, like a lot of the stuff that I make, let me see here. Yeah, okay, so a lot of the stuff in here that I make is more for just like movement and texture, but I'll just throw a reverb on the entire signal chain and then force it into mono at the end, like this, because I don't really care about it being consistent. For me, it's kind of like using an open hi-hat and close it. Yeah, exactly, right? Like something like that. But by doing that, that's kind of how I get those like really big open and closed spaces like that, right? And something that I do if I need to have like a clean fundamental is I'll have a clean bass actually, like this. And then whenever I want to go and do my fills, then I'll just kind of fall into this. So that way, like, and that's kind of just the way that I design my patches now, but I have one that, like, I start with a clean sounding kind of bass, and then I have a neural processing chain, and then I've got a generator chain within Faceplant. And that kind of allows me to have the best of both worlds between all of this. But the way that this tune came out, like, I didn't really feel like I wanted to have that fundamental bass or have anything tonal in here. I kind of just wanted to focus on texture in general. But if you listen to like even just the neural processing on this, you'll hear like these suction sounds from automating the reverb and then also a filter. And that's how you get that really big stereo expansion, but not like totally losing your low end, if that makes sense. And sometimes like whenever you play this with a pitch bend, you can get some really cool fills. And those are the kinds and those are the kinds of sounds that I've been primarily interested in making as of late. So that's kind of where we're at on that. But even and still, like, another issue that I have with writing music is actually making like dedicated bass lines. So I think I've already saved or done what I need to do to this, but let's take a look at like some cheesy projects that I've done. And you'll see why like I have such a problem putting shit together. Let me see. Actually, this one is going to be a tutorial. This one's okay. I'm not really worried about this one. This is kind of like a future garage tune that is not in the right place. Now it's in the right place. So I'll be doing a tutorial on that at some point after I get to a point that I actually like the thing. See, where was I this day? Shit, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Let's see. Some other stuff. Collab. Atmospheric breaks. I'm going to be doing a tutorial on this one too. So there's that one. I recently wrote a chip tune that I already did a video on. After this. Yeah, so I mean, I write a bunch of different kinds of music, but it's not like the Alckemy project, or I guess the ALUCARD project, because I'm doing something different now. What else did I put together? Yeah, so I've also got IDM stuff. This is really rough, and I didn't really like the way that this turned out, but that's okay. This might be loud, guys. Yeah, that actually sounds better than I thought. I might revisit that. So there's that whole thing. I've done like super chill trip hop. Let me see where I can find that. It's called Sulant Hill or something like that. Satellite, The Forest, Break Track, Mifa's Lo-Fi. Okay, maybe. Shit, did I lose that tune? That would suck. I remember that one. Collab, subscribe. The Forest. I wonder if this is going to pull up the sample. I hope it does. Yeah, okay, so this is pretty chill. That sounds way too broken now that I listen to it, but there's that aspect of it. Trip Hop 2? Maybe. This might... I think it is. No, it's not. That sucks. What did I do with that other project? Break track, guitar trip hop, satellite project. Might be this one? What is this? Okay, yeah, so here's like a halftime thing, but I fucking hate how this sounds. It just sounds whack. Long story short, it's fucking whack. I like the drums, but I hate like the sub, and I hate like, yeah, I hate everything else about it, to be honest. The only thing else that I might like is that little fill. No, not that one. This one? No. Wow, wow, wow. It's somewhere in there. It's kind of... Yeah, anyways. Halftime's rough. If you make halftime music, I have so much respect for you. Actually, if you make drum and bass as well, I have so much respect for you. Because that shit's hard. Let me see what this one was. Okay, kind of dumb, but I think that there's some stuff missing from that. Do I have a neurofunk track laying around? No, because I don't really make neurofunk. Maybe it's this one. No. Sad face. Neurofunk is fucking hard. I don't actually like anything drum and bass is really hard, and I'm so fucking picky with it. So picky with neurofunk. Tectonics Pack, Break Track. Oh, there is this tune as well. This one has a lot more written to it. like this one a lot, and when I'm ready to come back to it, I do have an idea for what I'm going to be doing for that. I just don't feel like doing it right now, but I actually like this tune a lot. Um, I'm aiming for a neurofunk, but it's kind of discouraging when a guy like you says it's hard. I sound like a defeatist. Well, like, so the thing is like lots of genres are hard for me, though, right? Like there are certain things that I'm decent at. There's a lot of genres that I'm not decent at, but like I'm not a professional like producer. You know what I mean? I'm not signed to a label. I have a very small following on YouTube. I'm nobody. I make cool sounds, but that doesn't mean that like I'm an expert on making music, or that like I think that I have an ear for music as far as like what I like and what I admire, but that doesn't translate to how good your music is by any means, right? So just because I'm bad at something doesn't mean that you are going to have a hard time with it as well. Like if anything, like you might have an affinity towards it and it might make sense to you in such a way that like you find that it comes natural. Um that's not me. I think I think things that I'm decent at are, what do I feel confident in making music? I feel like I can make lo-fi on a bad day. That's probably the only thing that I'm like I could do that, but I could probably make lo-fi on a bad day of like just no inspiration, nothing. But aside from that, like every song that I've played from here on out, like I think that there's so much more that I can improve on, or that I can hear where I'm lacking even if I don't know how to fix it. At least compared to these other tunes. But drum and bass, like the hardest thing with drum and bass is it's so freaking hard to like get the groove right and to like get your um how do you say, like to get your bass and your drums to sit right, and then also like how to make your mix sound full and not like fucking hokey as shit. Like have you ever watched a Mephew stream? Or actually like just go watch his particles tutorial and like look at how many processing chains he actually has on like one single particular instrument. It's insane. It's flipping insane. And maybe some people say that about like the basses and stuff that I design, but at the end of the day, like I bounce that to audio pretty quickly because I, yeah. And that's part of why I think my music suffers, because like I try to not do so many processes outside of the sound design realm themselves. I try to leave them relatively untouched. But yeah, like if you look at the crazy layering, like even look at the crazy layering of Disprove, he's got this production tutorial on sample genie, and he was talking about like how many resample processes he goes through his bass and all that stuff. And to me, like doing that is one thing. Like going through those processes is one thing, but also like doing them in such a way that is like in a musical taste that fits, like that's a smart decision, or like the right choice to like what's going to sound good for the track, takes so much time to develop. But is that just your style? Yeah, for me, like that's just my style. So like my style, I'm not very good at drum and bass. I'm not very good at neurofunk. I'm not good at neurohop. I'm not good at fucking even halftime music. Um, and that's okay. And I know that I can improve on that stuff. Or I know that like I know the right questions to talk to people with in order to like be able to explore and all that stuff. Um, but yeah, like it requires like a certain train of thought, or like a certain workflow, or a certain like mindset into going into these tunes. And that's where like things get a lot different. That's where things get kind of tricky. For me, part of what I'm wanting to do is use these tunes and stuff that I've made, or like use these sounds and stuff that I've made to make sense in abstractness. So that way, if I were to ever want to go back and like pull that away a bit and figure out how to make that work within like a musical context, then I can do that. But there's so many skills to learn and all that stuff. And so for me, like it's all just kind of like a small slice of the bigger pie, because there's so much that I know that I can improve, that I can be working on. But to me, like, there's also like this production aspect of it that I'm trying to just constantly chase. Like, how do I make my stuff sound more full and sound more alive? A great example of that would be like, go listen to anything made by Rawtech and like listen to how full their stereo stuff is on simple elements. Like, go listen to that Autotune Extinction and listen to like how fucking big that mix is. That's something that I admire in particular. So like, I'm trying to be like, okay, well, how do I take like these cool sounds that have nice timbres and stuff, and then how do I make that sound so huge? Because like doing that is, to me, like, is what I find interesting within a lot of music. But a lot of times when I go for like a simple bass line or whatever, like, I just don't, like, I don't think of music that way. I don't have the imagination for it. And I'm pretty fucking trash at it, to be honest. So for me, like, I try to focus on making big sounds and big textures and try to find a way to make them make sense in a story together. But that's like how I approach music these days, right? Because I can like pull back, and you know, you've heard this. I've made other like kinds of tunes and stuff, but they don't sound nearly as big or like nearly as oppressive as what I'm working on right now. Isn't stereo wideness in a way just lack of wideness of other stuff? No, I wouldn't say so. Um, because it's not just about how wide it is, but sorry, but it's also about like panning, and it's also about stereo with panning, right? So you've got your left and right field, but within that you have a sound that has stereo information, but that can also be panned towards one side, and then also like, yeah, there's a lots of stereo information and stuff. It's fucking crazy. It's not just like use, you know, an imager or something, and it's also like what you're using to record, or like what kind of room you have, and like, I guess like room design for reverb and all that shit. I think that those are the mechanics of it, but there definitely is an art to it. But like I said, just go listen to that stuff and then listen to how they do that with distortion, with taste, and it's really like, it's pretty much it's a technical marvel on a lot of senses, but it also sounds really cool to me. It also sounds like very, yeah. Go listen to Aeon Moore's older stuff. Actually, you can't. Well, you can. You can listen to his first album. His first album is gigantic as far as like his mix and like his production aspect goes. It's huge. Um so yeah, I don't know. There's so many skills to be developed, but that shouldn't turn you away from wanting to make a specific genre. Like, you should just go for it and stick with it until like something starts working. But for me, like, I don't know, with drum and bass and all that, I've started so many drum and bass tunes. I've only made one drum and bass tune like from start to finish, and like, I hate it. And I just don't know if I care to try to continue pursuing that genre. Yeah, that's an old recording technique. Yeah, that's what people usually do with a lot of what's it called? That's what people do with a lot of like live recording. But it works. No, it doesn't. I'll stick to it. Yeah. And like, something that you can even try too is to like work your way up to neurofunk. Or something like that. Like, instead of taking away, or like, instead of focusing on what I focus on, which is probably what you shouldn't do. Like, you can still make DMB, and like, you can make like easier you can make easier DMB, I guess, um, with the right mindset. Let's go like 87. So like, if you just have like a really simple kick. Okay, I've got all dupes and shit, so I'll just make one. Just start with like kick 2, create a fundamental. Sorry, I'm picky. One second. There we go. Okay, so you got something like that. Pretty easy. Neurofunk. What was that tune I was listening to? Boom, cop, ticka-dum, cop. Okay, grab yourself some kind of like super gentle clap. Okay, and like one of the most important things with DMB in general is like your release times on all your stuff. So you want like really techy or like really short. There we go. Gentle clap is a snap? No, because that's different anatomy. Okay, I actually think all fingers. Yeah, clap, you use your palm. Okay. How do I usually do this? Okay. Let me see. Let's go face plant. Filter. Okay, now we can go to LFO and create just some kind of interesting rhythm. And part of it too is like if you're keen on this, like you really have to tell yourself to just not care. So there's definitely that aspect. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to EQ this here in just a second, but set the time off just a little bit from this, so that way it's got a little bit of a swing. I hope Fred is still here, because I'm doing this for him. I missed Artifact stream. Was going to tell him how his beats sound the same? Jeez, ruthless. Why would you do such a thing? No, you're not. Okay, so propane. Gotta take a pee break, that's fine. Sidechain. That's probably the hardest fucking part of DMB, is goddamn sidechaining. In fact, it might even be smarter to... Nah, it's fine. That's where my mind's at. diatonic of minor. Multi-note. Chill sounds to neuro too. We're not quite making neuro, but this is going to be just kind of something to help get you started, yeah, or to help you think about, rather. I think what I wanted to do was, there we go. Yikes. Maybe not. Thanks for this kind of private lesson in getting started. Well, I haven't done this in a long time, so it's kind of fun to just try something different. Also, let me listen to this really quick. Okay. Throw that in the sidechain. And then take off all the low end of that. We just saw the Yoda baby Mandalorian. What? close like that? Oh, that's why. That's cool. Star Wars isn't really my thing, but people love that show in particular. Yeah, now you just need some cheesy ass vocal, right? Like this. Alright, we need some stick hits. That'll work. Okay. So what you do for the little shuffle thing is you just grab one of these and you go like that twice before the kick. Like that. And we can pull that up to be right there because you don't really want that to be sidechained, but then you want that to be like super slow. And then you don't want it to be that loud, or we don't need that much frequency information either, so. And then even for these, like I really want these to be a lot shorter, so there we go. And maybe I'll grab a frequency shifter and try to make them a little bit not so. There we go. But even shorter. Not that short. The Cylons laugh. Okay, well these stick hits don't work, but really that's like the key thing to that shuffle. Okay, so like let's say like you're using this as like smooth DMB or whatever the fuck you call that type of drum and bass. So then what you do is you pull away the main elements, right? And you start to focus on like one thing at a time. So let's say like let's say you want to start by making neurofunk. Like, what kind of aesthetic are you going for? Well, let's say like you've got the beat down. You know how to put the beat together. So we can go back into here and start focusing on some other things like. Okay, well, I don't really feel like there's anything wrong with this in particular. You might want to make the clap seem a little bit bigger, but even in neurofunk and stuff, like, I guess you could, yeah. All right. So let's grab a snare and let's help fix that aesthetic. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull this out. And then we're also going to grab this. So that way we take off the transient of that. And then we'll copy this. Paste that. And then we'll kind of lower this. And I really just want like. There we go. So now we need to grab this and place this on every other thing. Command V, Command V, Command V. Polly, how do you do this on hardware? Like, how would you do that fast on hardware? That scares me. Okay, so now let's go ahead and make this a little bit wider and kind of use that as like a splasher. And then like over this whole thing, which would be like your drum group or, oh no, never mind. Over most of this stuff, which would be your drum group, you'd have some kind of small reverb. You probably also have a touch of reverb on the snare. No, not this one. I hate this reverb. Let me just like ROM. Okay, so when it comes to like this other stuff, right? Like for making like heavy basses and all that, like you would pretty much do the same thing. I'm going to show you an easy way to make like a disprove bass. I did it earlier today and I thought that was kind of cool. So you just grab some unison like this, you go 7, you go spread it hella wide, you go distortion. Then you grab a really big notch filter after, or I guess here, like this, and you turn this way the fuck down. Battlestar Galactica. And then I guess like we can kind of think about some kind of boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's focus on this for now. Dum, 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 dum. And then have some other kind of answer for this. That's where one of those fill bases or something would come in. Sure, we'll use this one. And then just do like some kind of pitch bending thing here. Yeah, we'll probably want to do that too, like have like a heavier shuffle, because this is kind of just not cutting it. But the idea or the spirit of that is still there. So actually, that sounds pretty nice. That sounds pretty nice too. Bruh. Okay. Okay, so let me see here. This needs some stereo, so I'm gonna grab a frequency shifter on this. Not that one. New Existence movie? What? What? Maybe just a little bit of chorus on this too. Okay, so the big thing with this is that it needs space. So what I'll do, it was a 90s sci-fi movie from David Cronenberg. I'm surprised I don't remember that movie. I'm a 90s kid. And this is usually where the steam stops, because just getting this to fucking work well with each other is like pulling teeth. I mean, obviously that ticka ticka is way too fucking loud, but like I feel like D&B is like so much more mixing than it is like coming up with cool ideas. So you can kind of do something like that. That's kind of like a roller or whatever, or you can try to create like a different kind of movement or something where it could be something like this, maybe. Not that. This. And then like the stuff from this is like coming to make like this as big and interesting as possible. But you still like use the same neuro bases and shit, but it's just like the context of it and making that actually work in a way that makes sense is like really fucking hard. That's a generator. I think I feel like I've got more generators than I do. Um, more generators than I do bases now. That's cool. So, I mean, yeah, with that kind of stuff, like, and the pacing of this kind of genre really is dictated on, like, I would say the percussion and the hats. Because if you focus more on, like, let's say, like, instead of having, let's listen to this really quick. Hold on, sorry, I'm trying to get my thoughts together, but. Okay, let me make this bigger. But this rhythm right here, along with right, that creates like a really big proponent about like how the flow of that tune goes. So yeah, we got some clicky issues going on. Hey, stop. No. Jeez, it sounds so gross. It's like a starving person just like smacking while they eat. Okay, let me. But yeah, I mean, the next piece to that would be to just like try to find some kind of catchy riff. I mean, that stupid riff that I wrote was the first thing, right? But um, that's kind of like, but neurofunk is kind of repetitive in that nature, right? Of where like you really want to try to jam out or like listen to that as much as, or like have something that's repeatable in that way with subtle variations maybe on the turnaround or something. But you don't really have to, you don't really have to have, in theory, like as much variation as you would say from like the tune that I was working on earlier, right? But you can kind of see that you can take like a simple idea of going from whatever we had from before, which was more of like that mellow stuff, right? Um, but even still, like you can do something like instead of having this whole thing of like do 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 do, right? Like you can go into something that's a little bit more subtle in that sense of like maybe let me hold on. Sorry, hold on one second. Let's grab another envelope and go there. I'm going to pull that all the way down. And you can also maybe like layer that with like something that's going to be on the top as well. So actually maybe what I'll do is just create a new group. Needs an output, then a generator, and you can just focus on like and you can build off of that. So like you can create something like layered in this way. And then maybe even like have some kind of stereo spacing on top. And then you can create some kind of top delay on that. It's kind of short. But you can see like you've got options in order to like make that more interesting, and I think Faceplant caters to that quite a bit. I actually like that a lot better than what I'm making right now, but and then you can actually like play some kind of melody line with that. Yeah, and maybe something like Yeah, you might even want to do that on every single one. Damn it. But yeah, like this isn't that fun to me. It's I mean, I know that I'm still working on it, but it's just kind of whatever. And then I guess like to kind of complete this, like you can have some kind of like arpeggiator or some kind of arp at the top. Dun dun dun. Pack of Rizlas and I'm locked in. What? Okay, so there you go. Like even if you just took this off and you left this, talking about options now, right? You can literally just have some kind of sub roller on this instead. So like so you can literally just have like a one note roller. Oops. And you can literally just kind of like let the arpeggiator take you, I guess. Or you could do something like just instead of having different, you literally just do that. And then on this, you can set that to, actually, we Yeah, so like really just gotta have like a nice thick sub, and then every once, and then like after that, you would have like a different phrase or something. So instead of doing the woo wow woo whoa, right, you would do like wow, wow. Maybe you can grab that and yeah, so you can create like a different movement like that, or and then once you start taking away those things, like you have to like have everything be strong enough to stand on its own. So if you take away like the crazy shuffles and all that other shit, wait. Probably want to do that twice. Yeah, and then you just add to that over time. Hold on, guys. My grandmother is calling. Hello? Hey, Grandma. I'm okay. How are you?